My family home was built in the 1960s by my grandparents, and I believe it's been haunted by several different paranormal entities. My parents and I slept on the second floor, while my sister and grandparents slept on the first. Their experiences I'm going to share began 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one to be noticeably affected. She suddenly began having sleep paralysis all the time. I know that isn't scientifically related to the paranormal, but my country's folklore relates them to a specific entity known as a dark man, for lack of a better translation. Some might call it a sleep paralysis demon, and it's often thought of as an evil, mischievous spirit. At first, we thought nothing of my sister's experiences, but then they became so frequent that it began to worry us all. Soon, more things started happening. She would wake up in the middle of the night to feel something invisible pulling her hair. She would freak out and call for Grandma, who always came running with a bottle of holy water. After spraying it around the room, they prayed together. On a different occasion, whatever was playing with her hair also breathed on her face, which freaked her out even more. Once, my mom, my sister, and I were watching TV when my sister suddenly shifted into a state of sleep paralysis while fully awake. It took a few seconds for Mom and I to realize what was happening. She was shaking, with her eyes open, struggling to make a sound. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling, "It got me! Why didn't you help?" She was visibly shaken and pale. Grandma arrived with her usual remedy, and even my father walked out of the bedroom, totally freaked out by her screams. Grandma remembered that if someone needed protection from the dark man, a piece of their family's clothing had to be placed on them, like a shield. So, we tied Dad's belt around her wrist, and she went to sleep in my room. Still frightened, she asked me to get her a glass of water. I did, and as I approached my door on the way back, the plastic cup of water practically exploded in my hand. Splitting on all sides, water was bursting out of my hand. Mom immediately came over. Everyone had seen, and they were shocked, speechless. At first, Dad thought I had just dropped the cup, but it was torn in perfectly straight lines, all the way around, almost as if someone had cut it with a scalpel. Needless to say, no one slept much that night. After that, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. She only had it a couple of times, but I still have them to this day. Nightly noises also started to occur. It was different from house settling. This sounds like moving chairs, clinking dishware. It mainly happened on the second floor, especially when we weren't home. Grandma once searched the second floor for a burglar when she heard someone open my parents' wardrobe, but no one was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the priest concluded that a lost spirit was inhabiting our home and reaching out to my sister, wanting to be known. My sister was relieved to know that the spirit meant no harm. She even named it Samuel. Now, it was time to figure out what the hell Samuel actually was. The first theory concerns my grandma as a little girl. On her way home from school, she would pass through a cemetery. One day, she saw pretty flowers on a grave and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night, she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her leg and trying to drag her out of bed. She knew it was something that wanted its flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing. They returned the flowers the next morning, and she never took anything from a graveyard ever again. but it's possible the entity remained attached to her all this time. The second theory, we thought Samuel might be Grandma's father, who I never met. Before he died, he told Grandma, "If you hear something in the attic when I'm gone, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the incidents happened. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it might be connected somehow. Other incidents soon followed. Mom once felt a strong force press on her upper body when she was almost asleep. She asked Dad to move his arm, thinking it was him, but after she got no response, she complained that it was hard to breathe. Eventually, she cried out and yelled for him to stop. That's when she finally realized he was facing away from her. He woke up confused as to why she was screaming. This one still frightens me to this day. One night, I was up very late, playing PlayStation 2. And when I finally did go to bed, I forgot to turn off the console while my LED joystick was plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the TV was off, but the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand sleeping in the dark with everything that was going on. I looked at the console, and suddenly, the goddamn joystick unplugged itself, instantly plunging the room into total darkness and panic. I ran to the light switch and left it on for the rest of the night. Not long after, I was watching some late-night TV in the living room. The stairs are also in the living room. In total darkness, I heard footsteps going up the stairs and called out to my sister, thinking it was her. But there was no response. Then I realized there was no way my sister would go up the stairs without turning on the light. She's almost 30 now, and she still sleeps with a light on. I sat up, listening to each footstep as it drew closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I heard someone step on the metal floor strip at the top of the stairs. I ran to my parents' bedroom, frantically screaming. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing happened in broad daylight, and it's truly unexplainable. My grandparents, sister, and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house for the afternoon. My grandparents went before us since I was still doing something, and my sister was in the bathroom. It was a thing in our family that the last person to leave the house locks it up before going. I was ready to leave before my sister, and she said that she wouldn't be far behind. She tried to come out maybe a minute later, but the goddamn house was locked from the inside. No one else was home, and I didn't do it either. She ran out and told me what happened. We checked the locks, tried to recreate the situation, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from the beginning of our time in that house. It was followed by mostly noises, which we eventually learned to live with. My sister accepted Samuel, and no more incidents happened for a long time. At first, we didn't say a word of this to anyone outside of family and friends. But after some time had passed, I told my classmates about it, and 2 of them stayed overnight at my birthday party. My sister knew they only wanted to see something firsthand, so she tried to prank us by knocking on my door late at night. My friends were scared shitless, so my sister told them that it was just a joke. But a couple of hours later, my friend woke me up to say that something was knocking again. I opened the door, but nobody was there this time. My friend kept asking what the hell happened, but I didn't have an answer. Needless to say, he never slept over again. Well, that's really it. After we accepted things for how they were, the activity calmed down for a couple of years, and the noises became less frequent. A few years ago, Some other things started happening, but let's just say they were different, and we'll leave those for another post. This was one of the strangest investigations of my career as a paranormal investigator. I was contacted by a middle-aged couple regarding problems with a car overriding the operator's driving commands. The car was recently given to their son by the parents of a deceased teen. The deceased person was actually their son's best friend, who was killed in a vehicle accident when the two had exchanged cars for the night. Their son had had a new Jeep Cherokee that his friend wanted to use to go on a date. While on said date, the friend was involved in an accident with a drunk driver and perished. The deceased boy's parents signed over the title of his Toyota pickup, both as a general gift and to replace his vehicle that was totaled in the wreck. I investigated the car with the help of a Toyota mechanic. He checked all systems, including the computer, braking, engine, and all sensors. Nothing was found. I drove the truck for 2 days on my normal daily routine with my DVR, EMF reader, camcorder, and dashcam running. No evidence collected. I returned the vehicle with my findings that I did not believe the vehicle was haunted. 6 weeks later, I was contacted again by the couple. The father was using the truck when suddenly the vehicle made an abrupt right turn, locked up the brakes, and went into a ditch. At the same time, a car driven by a drunk driver entered the road from a side street without stopping and proceeded to slam into a tree. All of this was witnessed by a sheriff who just so happened to be nearby, running radar. The drunk driver sustained minor injuries, and the father was unhurt. I was provided with the sheriff's number and asked to call him. When I called and told him what I was calling in reference to, he was happy to share not only a reading of the report he filed, but information that he said he could not include in the report. His report stated that while conducting normal duties, he witnessed a Mustang run a stop sign at speed and turn into the road, fishtailing, tires squealing. Almost immediately, it left the road and slammed head-on into a tree at approximately 45 miles per hour. He checked the accident victim and found him unconscious with minor trauma to the forehead. There was an open bottle of vodka spilling on the passenger seat. Then, the sheriff's statement not included in the report. I was parked facing an oncoming pickup truck when I witnessed its brakes lock up and make a sharp right turn into the ditch. My initial thought was that it was a stolen vehicle. The driver panicked when he saw me. Before I could react, the Mustang entered from a side road about 55 feet in front of me and turned towards the pickup, which had entered the ditch about 200 feet before it would have reached the side road. The driver of the pickup could not have seen the Mustang's approach due to trees and brush obscuring his line of sight. If he had not turned into that ditch, there would have been an unavoidable impact between the two vehicles. How he knew to react the way he did is beyond me. The driver's statement to me was that he did not perform the action. The truck did it by itself. At my mom's house, my room was in the basement, and the only way to get into the furnace room was through my room. The way my bed was set up, I was on the side that I could see directly into the furnace room, because there was no door separating my room from the furnace room. So one night when I was lying in bed, I saw a cat walk out of the furnace room, kind of look around my room, and after I blinked, it was gone. So after that, I talked to one of my friends whose family was friends with the people we bought the house from, and she told me that their cat actually died in the house. I'm not sure if it died in my room or not, though. Another time, I was suffering from an ear infection, but my mom would never believe me when I told her that I was having problems. She always thought I was doing it for attention or being dramatic. So again, I was lying in bed, not being able to do anything because of the pain, and there is a possibility I was hallucinating from the pain. But I saw a man standing in my doorway. He was around average height, but he was built and he had wide shoulders. I was watching him for around 10 seconds when I heard a deep man's voice ask me if I was okay. I didn't feel scared. It almost lessened the pain, and I fell asleep. Around a day or two later, my mom told me that she woke up to a man standing at the foot of her bed, and she felt him tapping her foot. She told the man to go away, and after she said that, she felt like she was being pushed into the bed. When she was describing the man, it matched exactly what I saw. One night when I was in bed, I was looking at the laundry room, which was open, and I saw a woman walk in wearing a white dress. I remember her being pretty and not creepy at all. So I walked into the laundry room and it was empty. So I went upstairs in the living room because my stepdad was still awake watching TV. So I told him what happened. He said he saw the same woman walk downstairs. One time when I was home alone, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. It was a couple of days after my brother's birthday, so he had one of those helium balloons in his room upstairs. So I was watching TV when I see the balloon floating down the stairs. It stops right in front of me, like something was trying to play with me. At first, I thought it could have been an open window, but I realized all the windows were closed. And it had to have left his room, floated down the stairs, and turned towards me, and then stopped, which kind of freaked me out. So I told my parents, but they laughed at me for getting freaked out by a balloon. But a couple of days later, the same thing happened to them. But the weird part was, they were sitting in different seats than I was, so I don't think it was a draft or anything. The last story freaked me out the most, but could have also been my imagination. I'm not sure. So one night I was in bed, and my stepdad had built a wall to cover the furnace room doorway that was in my room, and then made a doorway outside my room in the hallway, so it was easier to get in. As I'm lying there, I can see a shape of a person peeking into my room and then quickly ducking back into the furnace room. I watched whatever it was do that for around 10 minutes. But the weird part, it was really dark in my room, but whatever it was darker than that darkness, if that makes sense. I only saw that thing one time, so I don't know if it was me imagining it or not. Last March, my friends and I went to Chattanooga for my best friend's bachelorette party. We stayed at a beautiful Airbnb on the Tennessee River with a private and peaceful atmosphere. It was also on a nature trail. It felt isolated, but it was close enough to the city for us to have some fun. We had a great time out, and then we returned to the house where we started a fire. We relaxed until we got tired and went to bed. We decided to all bunk in the room that had 3 bunk beds and 1 regular bed. We wanted to watch a movie together, but in the end, we needed to sleep before the drive back more than a movie. Unlike my friends, I'm not used to falling asleep early, so I was wide awake and scrolling through my phone. I know it's a bad habit, but it's all I had. As I laid there, I started to get a bad feeling. I've had one paranormal experience before this, but it didn't scare me. I was just confused. This was different. My hair stood on end, like something with bad intentions was nearby. I looked at the others on the bunk beds, but they all seemed fine, so I kept scrolling. Only the feeling came back again, and this time I looked towards the regular bed, where the bride and her little niece were sleeping. There was a dark figure standing over them, its head bent to stare at the little girl, and my heart stopped. I couldn't move. I kept telling myself it was just a shadow from the stairway. I looked down at my phone, hoping for the courage to text my boyfriend, though, considering he doesn't believe in anything, he was no help. He just said I was seeing things. So we hung up. When I looked up again, the figure was gone. If anything, that made me feel even worse. It confirmed the figure was more than just a shadow from the stairway. I jumped out of bed, ran upstairs, and slept on the couch. I felt like a small child who had just watched a horror movie. I kept hearing the stairs creak, told myself it was just the house settling. I called my boyfriend back, and he eventually talked me down. I knew he was probably right, but I was still shaken up. I finally fell asleep around 4 when the creaking stopped. But I woke up around 6, and I had to go downstairs for my bag. A few minutes later, the maid of honor came upstairs looking confused and a bit freaked out. She asked if the bride had been upstairs, and I said only if it was during the 2 hours I was actually asleep. Apparently, it was about the time I'd woken up when she thought she saw the bride come up there. I told her it wasn't possible, but she insisted someone had gone up the stairs. Her face was white, and I told her to go see if everyone was still in bed. They were. We both stood in silent confusion for a moment before confirming that she saw it after I woke. I suggested that she might have heard me moving around. That's when she said she thought someone had been standing over the bride's niece, and my heart stopped. I didn't have to say anything. My face said it all, and she knew I saw it too. Needless to say, we were happy to get out of there without further investigation, but I felt guilty for not staying downstairs, now that I know it wasn't just my anxiety. I don't know if this is related, but a few months later, I learned that Hale's Bar is supposedly one of the most haunted places in Tennessee, and it's only 2 miles from that house. They also had an old cabin from the 1800s on the property, and it definitely had some weird vibes too. It probably didn't help that they had pictures of the original owners in there. I don't remember their names, so I can't search for a relation to the bar.
I'm a 20-year-old female who lives alone. My brother and I used to live together, but he moved out in November, so I'm living alone until the lease is up and can move in with a friend. Well, a couple of days ago, I didn't have class or have to go to work, so I was just chilling on the couch, playing Stardew Valley and watching some YouTube videos. The walls and floors of my apartment are pretty thin, and around noon that day, I hear someone knocking on the apartment door that's below mine. I didn't think much of it yet. Then, about a couple minutes later, someone was knocking pretty loudly on my door. I wasn't expecting company, so I looked through the peephole, and there was a man in a hoodie looking right at the peephole. I don't normally get too scared, but this guy looked frightening, like he was on drugs. I'm 100% sure that he could hear my game and the TV from the hallway, because he did not stop knocking for 10 minutes. And when he did stop, he turned and knocked on both of the doors across from mine, which are vacant units. So I called my complex office, and I quickly asked if he worked for them. They said no. At this point, I'm crying and trying not to have a panic attack. My apartment is very close to a known drug house. I didn't know that until after moving in. So I assumed this man was a drug dealer or something. Then the guy is knocking on my door again. And I'm starting to think that he won't leave and he'll try to break in. So I called the cops. They said they would send an officer by soon. Unfortunately, the guy was gone by the time the cop got there. So the cops just patrolled the parking lot every so often throughout the day. I was so freaked out and I felt so uncomfortable in my apartment that I went to work, and I worked on my day off, just so that I could be away from there for a few hours.
Growing up, I had multiple paranormal experiences, and this one still freaks me out. I've always been skeptical, so I do my best to find explanations, but sometimes there just isn't one. Many of these instances happened when others were around to see it as well, so I know it's not my imagination. As a teenager, I started becoming a little too interested in the paranormal, and I wasn't afraid of anything. At one point, I began dabbling with something I shouldn't have, and things got a little too intense. I had a friend who would randomly change the subject of conversation to weird, creepy shit that didn't make sense. Then, he'd suddenly stop and not remember anything he said. Usually, he went back to the original topic, and that would be the end of it. But when we were 15, he went into these trances while we were on the phone. That time, he said, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then, near the end, you'll come to their resting place." The layout of my old trailer park is important for the next parts. It was a pretty nice one. I lived in a small town, and the park was in a heavily wooded, secluded area. The driveway divided the park in half and came to a dead end at the rear. Just past that was an embankment, and at the bottom, there was an old railroad track that ended in the woods. On one side was an old abandoned mill. On the other side was a dense thicket of trees in a neighborhood. It was late summer afternoon when I followed the cryptic directions down to the railroad tracks. Near the end, I heard footsteps in the woods to my right, and I headed up the embankment for a closer look. Nobody was there, but I found a small graveyard, curiously tucked away behind the neighborhood. It's most likely a small family plot from the early 1800s. There were only 20 markers at most, but nothing weird ever happened there. Another late afternoon, my friend went into a trance. He said, "Head to the tracks, cross them. When you enter the woods, you'll see him." I was cocky, so I did just that. This time, I crossed the path behind the trailer park. They passed through a small section of woods before entering a clearing to the old mill on the left. And on the right are miles of power lines. The moment I entered the tree line, I heard snapping branches, and I saw the black silhouette of a man galloping by on a black horse before disappearing into the trees. Horses weren't a common sight around my town, so I decided to investigate the area he came from. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old, collapsed horse stable. Nothing else nearby. If he continued in the same direction, he'd eventually reach another neighborhood, but there was nothing else around. Intrigued, I called to update my friend, but he refused to believe me. The following day, I took him to the location, and as we entered the tree line, we saw the horseman, taking the same path as I had the night before. It was broad daylight. There's no way we both imagined it. We were freaked out, but we continued to the stable ruins. The strangest part of it all was the fact that I brought a few other friends to see the stable, and every time the horseman appeared. After finding the stable, each encounter became more intense. TVs and stereos would turn on by themselves, even when others were present. I experienced intense feelings of being watched and inexplicable moments of dread for no reason. Sometimes, when home alone, I would hear muffled conversations or music, like a radio was playing in another room. Stuff would randomly and violently fly across the room. Handprints often appeared on the bathroom mirror after a steamy shower. Sometimes I'd hear the familiar sound of Mom coming home, only to realize nobody was there. Then, one night around 2 or 3, I got bored. I went to the graveyard. I was super uneasy. It felt like I was being watched, but I'm stubborn and refused to back down. Upon arrival, the graveyard was quiet, and feeling dumb, I decided to leave. I was halfway up the trailer park embankment when I heard something rustle and looked up to see the horseman looking down at me. He was pitch black. You could see his outline, but nothing reflected light. It was very similar to how shadow people are described. I stared in disbelief for a few seconds, but snapped out of it when the horse snorted. Turning back, I ran down the embankment and along the tracks as the sound of hoofbeats followed. I went back into the woods and I weaved through the trees in hopes of slowing my pursuer. Finally, I reached the street and ran to our trailer, practically diving through the front door, all while the hoofbeats were still hot on my trail. Mom was at work, so I turned on every light and TV, as if they could somehow keep the horseman at bay, and eventually, I fell asleep on the couch. Upon waking, it was daylight, and Mom was just getting home. I told her everything that happened, and she said I shouldn't be playing with the paranormal as if it were a toy. She's always shared her own experiences regularly, so she had no trouble believing mine. When the sun finally came up, I returned to the embankment, wondering if I somehow imagined it all. Maybe there was simply a lost horse in the area. I don't know. But I found hoof prints in the sand atop the embankment and nowhere else. That's when I decided to take a break from the paranormal. I'm normally not religious, but I prayed for these things to stop, and I swore I wouldn't mess with them again. Everything really did seem to die down. When I turned 18, it stopped completely. I haven't had a single experience since. Yesterday, my mom told me about something that happened to her at work. Like myself, she's always been a huge skeptic, but this has freaked us both out. We can't explain it, so I'm curious if anyone else can. Mom works at a pharmacy with a colleague who is also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mom that she went to a cemetery with one of her friends, and despite being the only one there, they heard a woman humming. They assumed someone was crouched behind a grave. They looked around and eventually found where the sound seemed to originate. But Nobody was there. They checked their phones just in case, but they still couldn't explain it. A little freaked out now, they went to a nearby pub to grab some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze at the sound of humming. They finished eating and eventually parted ways to return home. Later that night, Mom's colleague called, and she was in hysterics. She cried. She said that she'd heard the humming in her house. Mom reassured her that it was nothing. She was probably just hearing things. But after the call, she went to bed and heard the humming again. The next morning at work, she told my mom, but my mom just brushed it off as a story. Then she walked down the upstairs hallway and heard a female humming right behind her. It only lasted a few seconds, and thinking it was a joke, she turned to laugh at her colleague, only no one was there. Her colleague was still in the room at the other end of the hall, and nobody else was on that floor. There's no PA system, and she didn't even have her phone. I've never seen my mom look so freaked out. She's usually a very straight-laced person who tries to debunk everything paranormal. I moved into my apartment 9 years ago. Before the early 2010s, when it was converted into lofts, it was a factory. I wanted to make this post because I've had some strange experiences over the years. Experiences that have led me down the rabbit hole of an unsolved murder from 1998. I'm mostly wondering if this will line up with anyone else's story. Shortly after moving in, I was living alone and had fallen asleep in front of the TV. When I woke up, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that definitely wasn't there when I fell asleep. The puddle was roughly 1 foot in diameter, and there was no obvious explanation for it. There were no air ducts or underlying pipework, and I wasn't drinking anything that could have fallen over. It was too thick and viscous to be water. Plus, it smelled like coconut shampoo. After cleaning it up, I called my parents to get their opinion. They said to keep a lookout in case there was a leak somewhere else that was simply coming through in that area. It never happened again, but that's what prompted me to start checking this stuff out on the internet. When I searched for explanations of liquids appearing, it eventually led me to a discussion about poltergeists. Initially, I rationalized that poltergeists only existed in places where some form of trauma had occurred. And I wasn't sure if that was true in this case. I wasn't a true skeptic back then, but I've never been the type of person to poke the bear, as they say. Long story short, that's when I learned my building used to be a factory. In 1998, the owner was murdered in the parking lot. And while the case is technically still unsolved, an officer was quoted as saying they know who did it. There just wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. Upon learning this, I understood the connection and began mentioning the story to others in the building, along with my strange liquid experience. I figured this murdered soul wanted to be acknowledged, and ever since I started telling the story, nothing else has physically happened. Though, recently, I've started suspecting other types of experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office, I get a sense of being shot in the head. At least, what I imagine it would feel like. It happens when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's really hard to explain. It's like a memory of a car passing by, and suddenly, I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a reoccurring thing that comes and goes. But it only happens at night. I think the spirit is trying to communicate how they felt when they died. When I first started researching the murder, I didn't read where the victim was shot. It was only when I went back to review the articles that I realized it was a mob hit with a getaway car. 3 men shot the victim, once in the head, twice in the stomach. The murder happened at 7 a.m., and occasionally, my stomach will randomly hurt at that time, only to be completely fine the rest of the day. Has anyone had similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease? Oh, and another element of this murder is that after the victim was killed, people found out that he had a mistress in Florida who was married to a famous Miami chef. The location of the murder was in Toronto, Canada. I've dealt with the paranormal for most of my life. One day, my cousin and I were hanging out at the house, alone except for my beautiful white cat. I was 18 at the time. My brother was at the store with friends. Our mother had recently died, and I had quite a few paranormal experiences there. But they never bothered me. It was never anything that seemed malicious or dangerous, only fun stuff like electronics turning on and random footsteps walking around. One time, my cousin was sitting on my bed when he felt someone sit next to him. He screamed and ran out of the house. But I should get back to my current story. I was sitting on my bed, and my cousin was in the living room. My room was only separated from the living room by a glass door and a curtain, so we were only 20 feet away from each other. We were talking about girls when we heard what sounded like a spoon falling to the floor in the kitchen. We listened for more, but when nothing else happened, we resumed our conversation. That's when my cat came to sit with me, and I began petting her. A few minutes later, more utensils clattered to the floor. I was more surprised now that I knew it wasn't the cat. Still, even more utensils fell, and these were followed by the much louder bang of a falling pot. My cousin, unable to see the cat in my lap, advised me to check on her, and when I pulled back the curtain, his eyes opened wide in shock. If she was there, he wanted to know who was in the kitchen. But I explained. Nobody was in there. He didn't believe me at first, but almost as if on cue, there was a huge commotion in the kitchen. Spoons, pots, and pans, plates, glass, everything was being thrown. It continued for roughly 30 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Once it was over, I asked my cousin to go check on the kitchen, but he adamantly refused, suggesting I take a look instead. Needless to say, I was equally against the idea. As we argued over who would go, my brother and his friends returned from the store. Without hesitation, I shouted for my brother to go into the kitchen. He refused until I said my leg hurt and asked for a drink. Then he finally agreed. He brought me a glass of water, and I took it. Puzzled by his lack of reaction to the mess, I asked if he saw anything in the kitchen, but he was confused as to why I would even ask. When he insisted nothing had been out of place, I told him the whole story. He was furious. I'll preface this by saying that I've had many paranormal encounters since I was young, and many were also witnessed by the people I was living with or confirmed by neighbors. We had fallen on some tough times financially, and the only real affordable housing where my son could remain at his school that he loved were some really old apartments. The complex was built in the 1950s and was run down. It was a 2x2 split floor plan. My husband and I took the master bedroom with the bathroom inside, separate room though. The bedroom was always freezing. I could never stay warm in there, even though it's Texas and being from Wisconsin, I know what real cold is. The other rooms in the apartment were normal temperature. I never felt comfortable being alone in the apartment, mostly because I never felt alone. The living room wall with the TV on it was also our bedroom wall and the door. We always kept the bedroom door shut. I was in the living room watching TV alone, the spot I always sat in. I swear I could hear and see the bedroom doorknob rattle, like a gust of wind had been blown at it. Our AC unit was at the other end of the apartment, and there's just no vents or windows anywhere near the bedroom door. There was a coat closet door adjacent to the bedroom door in the entryway, and it never did the same thing. Just the bedroom doorknob would rattle. We lived on the second floor of the 2-story complex, so no one was above us. The people below us were incredibly quiet people. I never once heard them at all, yet alone slamming doors or windows that could have affected us. I was again sitting on the couch facing the bedroom door, reading. This time, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a human-sized black shadow. It crossed from my entryway, past the coat closet door, and right through the bedroom door, rattling the doorknob. I took my glasses off and tried to refocus, thinking there must be a smear or something on the glasses. There was nothing. I got up and went into the bedroom, and there was nothing. About a week later, the same thing happened, but this time, the shadow was only 2 or 3 feet high. Same path from the entryway, coat closet, right through the bedroom door, with the handle rattling again. Got up, went into the bedroom, and nothing was there. A few days later, I caught it again out of the corner of my eye. But it was just standing there, full-sized in the entryway, like it had been watching me. I only caught a glimpse this time before it disappeared, and this time I saw purple in its face, like purple eyes, although it could have been a scarf, a hat. I wasn't usually ever alone in the evenings, but my husband and son were both gone one night. I was watching TV in the living room, and I felt really anxious, like I wasn't alone. The bedroom door handle started rattling, along with the door shaking a little this time. I started getting pretty freaked out. I knew I needed to go check things out. I got up enough courage knowing that I had to go into the bedroom and that the light switches are in the room, not next to the door. I needed to use the bathroom, which took going into the dark room to get the lights turned on. I took some deep breaths and opened the bedroom door. And as I went straight to the bathroom door in the dark, opened it up, I reached around to the left to flip on the light switch. What I felt instead in the dark was my hand go through some wet substance. I can only compare to jello-ish or hair gel-like. I was shocked, flipped on the light, went to grab a hand towel off the rack, fully expecting my whole hand to be soaked in something. It was dry. There was nothing different about the bedroom or the bathroom, yet again, and the sensation of the gel stuff on my hand was gone. My middle daughter was over a few weeks later, sitting at my vanity in our bedroom, which was next to the bedroom door. I told her of my experiences and others. She's sensitive too, to energies. I was getting dressed. She was putting on makeup. We were going out. She said, "Mom, the shadow just walked through the door, past me, and into the bathroom. It looked like an old woman." She was the only one who had ever seen it besides me. We actually ended up swapping bedrooms, so my son could have the larger master bedroom for friends to come over and play video games. After we switched bedrooms, I never saw the shadow again, and the other bedroom was always reasonably warm. To this day, I'm not sure what I put my hand into that night. I have an idea, but without proof, and being alone that night, they're only ideas. We moved a few months later. I've never seen the black shadow again. "8 years ago, my dad refurbished an old 1800s wardrobe and put it on my mom's side of the bedroom. 2 nights later, she started complaining that it was eerie, gave her a bad feeling. A week after that, it started opening itself in the middle of the night, and she saw a man inside that talked to her. Dad didn't believe her, so the wardrobe stayed, and things got worse. The house began to stink. The air was damp in my parents' room. Not knowing where the smell came from, they started looking for mold, but couldn't find any. Instead, they just cleaned and sprayed air fresheners. 3 months later, the activities worsened, and the whole house was affected. The doors would unlock on their own. Cupboards would open, and the cups that my mom drank from would always be broken when she woke up. This scared her, so she decided to sell the wardrobe. 2 old people bought it a week later, but we don't know where it ended up. Also, when Dad refurbished it, he found a panel on the bottom. It revealed a hidden red box covered in dust. Inside was an old cufflink, a Swedish love letter, and a strand of horsehair. Obviously, they tried to find the owner, but they didn't have any luck, and in the end, they put it back in the wardrobe. This isn't fiction. It genuinely happened. I experienced things firsthand, but nowhere near as much as my mother. I don't have any pictures of the wardrobe or the items, but I could possibly find the eBay listing on the Wayback Machine. I'll let you guys know if I have any luck. I don't know a huge amount about ghost lights. I was hoping someone could explain it a bit better to me. Yesterday afternoon, my partner was asleep. I got home from work early and was pottering around, washing up, etc. And I heard a very strange noise. The best way I can describe it is like a dog clearing its throat. A big dog, like a guttural kind of choke or hack. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but it sounded huge and right behind me. We have a kitten, but I've never heard anything like that come from it. Needless to say, there was nothing behind me. Then, last night, roughly 5:30 a.m., this light comes up the stairs. It was like someone walking with the phone light on, but as the light came around the door of my bedroom, there was no source for the light. No torch, no orb, nothing. But I can clearly see the reflection from the light on objects in my room. It looked like someone shining a phone to light their way in the darkness. A little bit like when a car headlight shines through the curtain. It travels around the room. But there was nothing there at all. No cars. My partner and daughter still fast asleep. The light came all the way around the room to my side of the bed before going dark. We're pretty sure that there's something or someone in our house. It was built 1960s on an old brickyard. and we have had an Anderson shelter in the garden. Rather, the house is very connected to its age, if that makes any sense. Finally, today, I stood at work, roughly 5 miles from my house. Everyone else was in a completely different part of the building. I hear the same noise as yesterday. The deep, rasping. I had chalked that up to being our cat. Maybe where he was in the kitchen and it amplified the sound of the cough. But to then hear the exact same noise, miles away from my house, is fully freaked me out. We did used to own a very large dog, American Staff Mastiff. He was put down before my daughter was born, but his collar hangs at the top of the stairs, and the area around it always feels cold. Could it be connected? Anyone got any ideas? I keep waking up at 3:33 a.m., and I also regularly notice the clock at 3:33 p.m., whether it's when I'm about to get off of work or just randomly checking my phone on a weekend. It's not always the time either. Recently, I've been seeing it in other places as well, and it's starting to freak me out. It happened this morning when I was telling my dad about all of this. When we hung up, our call time was 33 minutes, 33 seconds. 5 times within the last few months, I've woken up to the sound of someone yelling at 3:33 a.m. It always feels like I'm trying to yell something back, but I can never remember what I was trying to say. I live with my mom, my sister, and my stepdad. I usually get up at 5 every morning, while they sleep until 6 or 7. They've always been asleep when these incidents occurred. It started last November, and I think this morning was my 5th experience since then. The first few times, I thought it was a coincidence, but it's getting harder to believe that. When I woke up, my cat immediately leapt onto my chest, got under the blanket, and laid completely still. I felt like I was being watched, and I think he did too. My room is on the 2nd floor, next to the bathroom, which is directly across the hall from my mom's room. All the doors are normally left open, and this allows the bathroom mirror to create a portal with my mom's mirror. I know that's not a good thing to do, so I try to keep the bathroom door closed, especially at night. But it's always open when I wake up. My grandpa is a medium. I'm talking to him tonight, but I'm terrified of what I might learn. Update, January 19th, 2023. I talked to Grandpa on the phone last night since he lives in another state. He asked if I was wearing the crystal that he gave me and was surprised to hear I wasn't. Honestly, I've never had much faith in them, but I might be changing my mind. Next, he tuned in to see what he could sense, and he spoke to the spirits he normally communicates with. He personally found nothing to be concerned about, though my great-grandpa said that he would check in on me that night. Considering the man passed away before I was born, I was a bit skeptical. But then, after the phone call, I was talking to my dad in the living room when I saw movement in the next room. My dad is also very in tune with things around him. He asked if someone was in the sunroom. I didn't so much see someone as I felt someone. Dad and I went into the sunroom. Upon approaching the doorway, a cold chill blew past us. The hair on our arms stood straight up. I hated that feeling. Dad walked in and asked me to describe what I felt. I sensed a tall male that I'd never met, tall enough to hit his head on the sunroom's doorframe. Dad laughed and said it was probably great-grandpa checking in on me. He was 6'2". I didn't feel unwelcome in the space, but I didn't step inside of it either. Whoever was in there was unfamiliar, but also warm in a way that I can't really describe. When I walked away, I felt eyes on me, so I put on my shoes and said bye to my dad. The whole encounter has me very freaked out. I feel like I've opened a part of my brain that I'm not sure I want opened. Now it's too late. I was sitting on my bed with my computer, watching a movie when suddenly my Alexa activated, listening in from the opposite direction of my bed. My headphones are connected to the computer, so there couldn't have been anything that triggered it. I took my headphones out immediately and listened. My mom had her show paused in the living room, and I could hear her in the kitchen making toast. It's not unusual for her to make toast before she goes to bed. Anyway, my Alexa has activated for some reason, and I can tell that she's listening to something. She's deactivated after about 30 seconds of listening, and I want to ask her to turn the lights off. She kept saying my light isn't responding, to check its power supply. I got a little freaked out and used my computer light to see. Since it wasn't too bright, I couldn't see much, but something moved. I scrambled out of my bed into the light switch. It wasn't on. I flicked it on, and it didn't work. I did it over and over, and it refused to work. I couldn't leave my room without a mask because my parents had COVID. My mask was not on the door handle. I took the wooden sword next to the door, and I held it in my hands as I flicked the light up and down repeatedly. Slowly, fast. It didn't work. When it finally turned on, I was shaking to no end. There was nothing there. I grabbed my phone, which was on the floor somehow, turned on the flash. Looking around, there was nothing. Not a single trace of someone or something in the room, except my Xbox controller on the floor, knocked off of its charger. It was late, so I didn't sleep that night. I kept my phone and wooden sword next to me, under the covers, held tight in my hands. I ruled out the possibility of an intruder because me and my mom are home all the time. My dad is too because it's Christmas break and he's got COVID. No one could possibly get in without being seen in my small house. I've had more than one encounter with odd occurrences in this same house, but this by far the scariest. I grew up in a small town in Texas and lived in a house with my sister and parents. My parents weren't right for each other, and they would divorce when I was 8 years old. In the same year they divorced, something would happen to me in that house that I'll never forget. I've never been as frightened as I was that night. This is what I experienced. First off, the layout of my room. I had bunk beds as a kid. Why? I don't know. The bottom bunk was always empty. Never had any bedding on it except for that plastic mattress cover you'd put on kids' beds in case they wet the bed. Anyway, when you walked into my room, there was a wall in front of you, and the square room opened up to your right. In the opposite corner from the door was my bed. The bed was elevated, laying perpendicular to the bottom bed. The foot of the bottom bunk stuck out, about 4 feet past the top. There was a ladder directly to the right of the bottom bed to climb up to the top as well. The bed was made of real wood and was known to creak a lot, even when the temperature in the room would change due to AC or heat. I also had a glowworm nightlight that was plugged in about a foot from the door. It was a dim light, but there was enough light for me to see if I needed to go to the restroom. Initially, the bed creaking would scare me, but I got used to it over time. On this night, I'm lying awake in my bed, listening to my parents have an argument. Nearing the end of their marriage, they were arguing rather loudly and longer than usual. The bed had creaked a few times as the AC began to cool the room down, but I wasn't fazed until I heard a different sound, a deep, weighted, familiar sound. Familiar because it was the sound the ladder would make when I would step on it. A lot different tone than when the ladder would settle. I was initially startled, but I gave myself a pep talk about how I wasn't a baby anymore. I shouldn't be scared of noises at night. I was able to calm my nerves until I heard the exact same sound again, and then again, in a rhythm, as if someone was walking up the ladder. With each step that was taken, I became increasingly more anxious. By the fourth footstep, I'd sunk into my mattress, clenching the sheets with my hands. I was petrified. Okay, someone is definitely walking up my ladder, I thought. Like children do, I determined, on the count of 3, I was going to quickly lean over the side of the bed to see what it was. You know, because I was going to scare whoever it was. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. I jerked to my left and leaned over the side of the railing to surprise this mystery person. There was nothing there, just an empty wooden ladder. I shook the ladder, assuming it was just the wood settling, making sure all of its creaks were out. There, I thought, assuming I'd fix the issue all by myself, like a big boy. As I lay there, recounting what had happened, I thought, no, I know what I heard, and it was not normal sounds. I'm not being a scaredy cat. I was glued to my bed, afraid to move. Something is in here with me, I whispered. My parents were still arguing. I decided to focus on what they were saying and not what was happening in my room, just to ignore and avoid it. As if this presence was not to be ignored, I heard another sound, another heavy, distinct sound, the sound of someone standing, laying, or otherwise putting their weight on the bottom bed. The box springs on these beds were old enough to make the sound that they were wearing out, and because they lay on these wooden frames, the sound was magnified. And that plastic cover, there was zero doubt about this sound. I know what I heard. There was no mistaking it or kidsplaining this one. This time I apprehensively leaned to my left to peek over the side of the railing, staying as close to the mattress as possible. Normally, if I looked over the side onto the bottom bed, the nightlight would illuminate the plastic cover, enough to see that it was a white opaque, no other colors or shades present, just uniformly white. If there was something left on the bed, the nightlight would cast a shadow from the object across part of the mattress. When I peeked over the side of the railing to investigate what I heard, I could see that the mattress cover was all white, except for 2 large dark spots, 2 shadows, right next to each other. Yet no clothes or toys were on the bed. These 2 shadows were distinctively shaped. They were footprints. You could see the mattress cover sunk into the mattress, clearly, with ripples, creases in the cover where it was being stretched. There was absolutely no confusing what I was looking at with any other explanation. I came unglued. I jumped back as far into the corner of the bed as possible, up against the wall in the far corner of my room. Knees tucked into my chest, arms holding my knees. I started screaming at the top of my lungs.
Mom? Mom!
I was shaking in terror. Within seconds, my parents had ended their argument, burst in the door, and flipped the light switch on. They kept asking me what happened, but I wouldn't say. Was it listening? Would it come back to get me if I told? I said nothing about what happened, continued to cry and shake uncontrollably. I slept in their bed for the rest of the night. The next morning, they asked me again what had happened. I explained that I had just wanted them to stop fighting, fearing whatever it was would come back for me. I've never been more scared in my entire life. I'll be 40 this year. It was so real. There was no mistaking what I saw and heard. Had there been any explanation for what happened, I surely would have just forgotten about it. Years later, in my 20s, I asked my mother if she remembered that night. I explained that I had screamed for her, crying and shaking, and wouldn't tell them anything. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, I do. When you screamed, we honestly thought someone had broken in and was stabbing you." I know that's dark, but that's what it sounded like. Though I don't recall this, she said my father had brought his gun into the room. I explained to her what had actually happened that night. She just stared at me the whole time, wide-eyed. Are you fucking kidding me? I had 2 separate things happen to me in that house too. No shit. This is how my mom talks, by the way. She proceeds to tell me a story about making lunches for us to take to school, and the bread being moved to the floor when she would turn around to get something from the refrigerator. The other story is reminiscent of the movie I've seen, Poltergeist. She said dining room chairs were moved on top of the table multiple times. It may be true, but I just didn't feel the same energy from her as the first story she seemed more passionate and certain about. They could both be fabricated because my mom is weird, but there's no doubt in my mind what occurred that night in my room, and I'll never forget. In 2012, I was sitting in the living room with my sibling when we heard someone walking upstairs. We turned off the television, went to the bottom of the stairs, and listened as the footsteps laced back and forth. Frightened, I reached for the landline to dial 911, and I yelled out my intentions to the supposed intruder. After one ring, I panicked and hung up. The footsteps had grown louder, like someone was actually coming down the stairs. But no one was there. We were frozen, looking directly at the staircase. There was just nobody on it. Yet somehow, the footsteps continued until finally passing right by us and into the next room. We were too scared to move. All we could do was wait. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and we heard a loud scratching sound directly beneath our feet. It sounded like something was tearing apart the basement ceiling. Just then, the phone rang with a private number. The police department wanted to know why I called 911, so I lied, said that it was the baby. They still wanted to send a cop as precaution, but no one ever showed up. Our parents returned shortly after, but we didn't tell them what happened until a couple of years later. We've never been able to figure out exactly what we experienced. I don't know if this is the right place to ask about this, but I'm really scared. So I think I astral projected, but in a very scary way, not intentional. I fell asleep for a short nap. When I fell asleep, I was watching a video, a gamer. It was a live stream and he hadn't yet started the game when I fell asleep. So I knew nothing about it, especially not what it looked like. But in this dream, I could see the TV. I was standing at the foot of my bed, staring at myself. I heard my dog whimpering and walking in and out of the room. Then I could hear these voices that sounded muffled, I guess. I don't know, they sounded far away, yet very close. I don't know how to explain it. Then I heard these noises around the house, like creaking and things being moved around. I was home alone, and our house never creaks. I was so scared I kept trying to wake up, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open my eyes. Every once in a while, I'd get one eye open, and when I did, I'd flip it to where I was seeing from my own perception, like out of my own eyes. Then they'd just shut, like when you're super tired and you can't keep your eyes open. When they'd shut again, I'd be seeing myself from the edge of the bed again. Then I'd try to open them and nothing. Tried to move, nothing. This went on for a long time. Then I remembered once that if you're experiencing sleep paralysis, you can repeat stuff. I'm not really a religious person, but because I was freaking petrified, I tried it. Saying things like, "This is a home of God, and you're not welcome here." When I said it in my head, I got these chilling goosebumps, and each time I got it, the goosebumps got colder and colder, more intense. After doing that a few times, I was finally able to wake up. What could this mean? I'm so scared, and I don't really want to go home. A little backstory. I've had nightmares every night since I've lived in this home. 4 years now. Nights I've slept away from home, I don't. This is something that happened a number of years ago when I was living in an old house that dated from around 1900, seemed to be mildly haunted. My cat liked to play and run up and down the long hallway of the shotgun shack, and she seemed to be playing with some kind of spirits. They were never clearly visible to me. The most I ever saw were vague orbs of light. There were also occasional breezes from nowhere that would move curtains, but I usually dismissed those as just being an old, drafty house. One day, I was trying to recreate a sound someone else in my band had heard during a supernatural experience. When I managed to create a waveform on my synthesizer that they felt matched, it had a strange effect on the synthesizer, where every other key on the keyboard ended up with its own unique and odd sound that didn't match the waveform I'd just created. This should not have happened. I created one waveform that should have mapped over the keys in different pitches. It should not have created a bunch of different sounds for each key. As we continued to work on the piece, I saw something invisible lift a curtain that was hanging in a doorway to enter the room. We decided to run with that theme, and the song ended up being about ghosts. This is one of my favorite stories to tell. I was too young to remember it firsthand, but my grandma told me about it. When I was 4, my grandparents moved into the house that we live in now. Their old house sold quicker than expected, so they were pressed for time to find a new one. The first showing of our house seemed normal, so they returned the next day and found a dead crow in the living room. The doors, windows, and chimney were locked. They had no idea how the crow got inside or how it died, but they looked past it and bought the house anyway. On our first day in the house, Grandma and I were going to sleep in the living room while Grandpa and the dog were going to sleep in the master bedroom. At 11, Grandma went to the bathroom. Soon after, I followed to tell her a strange man was in the living room and he wanted to talk to her. This obviously freaked her out, and when no man was there, she still double-checked all the doors and windows. At 4 the next morning, the dog woke up Grandma and I by licking our faces. When Grandma asked Grandpa why he let the dog out of the bedroom, he said that he had no idea how the dog got out. I also had a magnet that you had to push to light up, and Grandma once came home to find it lighting up on the fridge. Too scared to stay inside alone, she sat on the porch until Grandpa came home. Over the next couple of weeks, the oven and TV would randomly turn on and off. We could always smell whiskey and cigars, even though none of us smoked. And Grandma, she always felt like she was being watched. One day, while Grandpa was doing yard work, a neighbor asked him if any weird stuff had happened to us. Grandpa said that it had and asked how the neighbor knew. Apparently, the last owner died of alcohol poisoning in the master bedroom. The house was sold by the owner's mother, so she wasn't required to disclose the information. Sometimes a door will open if we talk about him, but he's pretty friendly overall. My family consists of me, my parents, and 2 sisters. We used to live in a very large house with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. It was built in the 90s, and it had 3 exterior balconies, along with 1 interior balcony overlooking the living room and kitchen. We moved in during my 5th grade year, and we didn't move out until I was 25. It all started when we were still in the process of buying the house. The owner stayed calm, but Mom could tell that something was off. In one of their conversations, he blamed his upcoming divorce as the reason that he was so eager to sell. What seemed off was that he also said weird things happened in the house, and that its previous owner had said the same thing. Some examples he gave were that every owner before him had coincidentally gotten a divorce, and some heard whispers and banging when home alone. Mom thought it was a coincidence. She was determined to buy the house. Then things began to happen as soon as we moved in. My sisters don't talk about it very much, but on rare occasions, they'd feel a touch or hear someone whisper their name. They would mostly ignore it, and their encounters lessened over the years. It still messed with them, just not to a large degree. My dad didn't believe in any of it. He would even tease my mom and I about our experiences. He simply ignored any strange incidents, but by the time we moved out, he started to believe we might have been right. Mom and I got it the worst. She heard whispering, footsteps, and on rare occasions, she would hear one of us calling her name. Except it was actually an old woman calling to her. Sometimes she asked if anyone was there, and the whispers would come to an immediate stop. Occasionally, they would start back up again, only to continue going out intermediately. Without sharing too many personal details, my parents' marriage became really strenuous. It's getting better now, but while we lived there, it only got worse and worse. They were genuinely considering a divorce. I would hear footsteps on the stairs and someone rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, especially through the silverware. I'd also hear my family calling my name, usually one of my parents. And each time, I'd run downstairs to see what they wanted, only to be told that no one called for me. Sometimes, it would happen when I was completely alone in the house. I also heard whispering a few times. But when I said hello, it always stopped. Looking back, that was probably a stupid thing to do, but I genuinely thought it was an actual person at the time. And that's how I became its favorite target. If I told Dad, he'd just joke about it, and my sisters would hardly talk about it at all. My mom was the only one that believed me. It became most active when no one was home, so I tried to ignore it by playing video games or listening to loud music. But that only made it more active. By the last few years, the footsteps were louder, and there were more whispers overall. My parents once called for me. They were upset when I didn't respond. I thought that it was more fake whispers, so I just said I didn't hear them. What was I supposed to say? That the ghost confused me? We started renting the house out, moved into another. Occasionally, we'd have to move back in, and the activity would just get worse. Dad finally started to question if it was real when he heard me call his name twice. I was home for one, but not the other. When he asked if I called him, I said no. He believed me, but he was genuinely confused. I could tell he was a little freaked out. The neighborhood went progressively downhill during our time there as well. It used to be nice, but more and more thugs began robbing our neighborhood. Our home was robbed twice before we finally installed security cameras. Dad also ordered a new home defense gun, taught us about gun safety before it arrived. I guess something hurt us talking about it, because 2 days later, while I was home alone playing video games, the double doors to the patio began rattling violently. It was literally echoing throughout the house, all the way to my bedroom. My bedroom was upstairs. My door was closed. My TV volume was up high. Yet I still heard this, loud and clear. I started freaking out and hid under the bed while I called the cops. It took the police 30 minutes to get there, and during that time, I was talking to the 911 operator. She kept me calm, but those doorknobs were still rattling until an officer arrived, and then they suddenly stopped. I ran out as fast as lightning. We checked the cameras, but they showed nothing. My parents were relieved for my safety, and I think this is when my dad truly began questioning things. First, he knows I wouldn't lie about something like this, or call the cops for no reason. Plus, even if I wanted to, I'm a terrible liar. Last week, we finally moved out for the last time. Now that house has sold to someone else. I feel depressed, like I don't want to leave. It's like I have a weird attachment that I can't explain. I even had a few arguments with my mom about leaving. I don't care about the house anymore, but through the last week, it was like something came over me. The activity was worse than it had ever been. Aside from the usual stuff, doors began opening and closing. On the second to last day, while I was loading a box into the SUV, I heard an old woman say, "Don't leave." I thought someone had snuck up behind me, so I ran back inside. That was the only time I ever heard the old woman. It knew this was the last time that we were leaving, and it wasn't happy. Every house we've lived in before or since has had zero activity. To this day, I question a lot of things about that house, but I never want to see it again. I have no idea what was in there, so I wonder if any of you might know what it could be. I love paranormal stuff, finding haunted places to explore. On some nights, when I get bored, I go for a walk. One time, I was telling a friend about a nearby school that I'd Googled while looking for haunted places to investigate. Years before, on Halloween, it was the site of multiple murders, so it seemed like the perfect spot for a haunting. When I first entered the school, nothing happened. Then I started mocking any potential ghosts by saying they must have been chicken if they aren't even going to try to scare me. I walked to the middle of the field. I noticed the school's lights were flickering. I heard someone running in the distance, and when I looked up, I saw a person sprinting towards me at full speed. Then they ducked behind a nearby crate. But when I went over there, they were gone. Nobody could have run away. I was watching the entire time. Something clearly wasn't happy with my taunts. So I went home. A couple of weeks later, my friend convinced me to go back with him. I filmed our investigation. In the recording, you can hear someone walking in the distance. You can barely hear it at first, but it gets louder as they get closer. It was dead quiet, and we both heard someone step on gravel, even though nobody was there. We looked everywhere, but we couldn't find anything to explain what we heard. When we started heading home, we heard another step, but that one was really close. Unfortunately, all my footage was somehow corrupted, so I have no proof except for my word. I plan on going back this weekend to try again. This whole thing has been happening for a few weeks now. I'm a pretty spiritual person, but lately I've been slacking a bit in that department. I've recently gone through a breakup, and I've just been caught up in the 9-to-5 cycle, doing the bare minimum. Life has been hard in general for the last 3 or 4 months. I've always struggled with sleep. I get a weird anxiety right before bed, and it causes me to toss and turn all night. It's rare for me to have a restful sleep. Recently, I started waking up in the middle of the night. It always feels like something's watching me. It happens a few times, and lately, I've actually started seeing shit from the corner of my eyes. Sometimes, I see a dark mist moving across the room, but I usually blame it on delirium, go back to sleep so I don't have to think about it. Twice now, I've woken up to my bed shaking. The first time, I thought I was going crazy. I opened my eyes, stared at the ceiling while my bed was rocking. I live in California, so I thought it was a small earthquake, but no one else had felt it. The same thing happened again last week. I woke up to my bed actually rocking, and this time, my chest felt heavy, and it made me claustrophobic. I closed my eyes and pleaded for it to stop. I was so tired, I eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. I once felt something move next to me, and I was so frightened, I stayed awake for most of the night. But as I was falling back asleep, someone caressed my face and sleep was no longer an option. Now, I'm sleeping in a different room. My mom and I decided it would be a good idea to start fresh with a new space. She's always said that she felt negative vibes from my other room. She didn't even feel comfortable sleeping in there when I'd ask. Yesterday, she was helping me clean it out, and she felt like something was angry or wanted her to get out. I'm scared this shit will continue in the new room, but I did a cleansing to protect it as best I could. I slept in there last night and nothing actually happened, but I was also so anxious I didn't get much rest. I've left this apartment since 2018, after living in it for 3 years, but I'm still wondering and kind of creeped out thinking about it, even if nothing really bad happened there. It was just weird and disturbing, as it was rented by a student agency from the government, giving flats or rooms to students with poor parents. It was well aerated, carbon monoxide checked once a year. I was leaving home for uni, and the first semester was just fine. During the second semester, I sometimes felt watched. The first time I thought it was anxiety, or because my room was messy. I had skipped cleaning that week, and I've read that you don't sleep as well in a messy room, so I let it slide 1, 2, 3 times. I was always kind of messy, but not dirty. And I didn't experience that in any of the 8 homes I inhabited in all of my life, so I thought it was a bad room arrangement. One time it happened for 2 days in a row. I noticed that every time it happened, my room was messy, not cleaned. I usually clean 2 times a week, but I admit I'd gotten lazy and was often cleaning once a week. But bins were changed and dishes were done. It kept happening during the 3 years I lived there, feeling watched. Whatever the season, weather, lifestyle. If it was happening and I was not cleaning the room the next day, the next night I would feel watched. I'm not scared of the dark, nor mirrors, but I had a mirror facing the entry of the bathroom, and I was always afraid to see something in the mirror. One time, I begged to get some rest, and I promised I would clean the next day if it just stopped. But it kept happening, if not cleaning twice a week. At that point, you probably think that I would have been scared away into being a clean person, but each time life would, get in the way. The days after cleaning, life just kept happening. I was always busy, so I'd end up getting judged by nocturnal eyes. After a while, I just brushed it off. Even if I was still scared when it would happen, I was so uncomfortable that I would sleep with the light on. Something I've never done, even in early childhood. But I thought I was just self-ailmenting some kind of paranoia. A friend of mine had the same flat. We were neighbors, with the same furniture, same arrangement. And I always slept fine at her place. And I got a weird look when I told her what was happening, to see if she was having the same issues. What really made me feel weird is that 3 different times I invited people over, clean apartment, and on 2 times, the first one during the first semester, the guest felt watched. One of these times I had 2 friends stay over for the night. They left, but later that month, after one of those nights, I told them about it, asking them not to make fun of me. They asked why I looked tired. Then they stared at each other and hesitantly told me, "Well, we didn't want to scare you, but after sleeping at your house, we both had a talk because I said that I felt watched that night and it creeped me out. And she said she felt the same. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable after being so nice to let us sleep in your flat. It was technically forbidden. Weirdly, on the 2 occasions, I never felt watched, only the guests. Recently, I told my mom about it, and she told me, it's like you had a soldier ghost in your flat. You know, soldiers are forced to be very organized, and if he did some time of service there, maybe he was mad at you for messing up his place, you know? She didn't know at the time that there was a small commemorative plaque saying that Marine troops stayed there during World War II. After some research today, I found out that the building was from 1930 and classified as a historical monument. It's used as flats for students, and I knew it was old because of the plaque, but seeing the year was weird. So, I really don't know what to think about it. I knew 2 people there and was the only one having this kind of issue. I don't know if it's reminiscent energy from all the tenants that it had during the years, if it is the ghost or energy of one previous tenant, one who was particularly versed into cleaning and sticking to rules. or anything else. Overall, I remember it as a nice flat, and I miss it sometimes. But some other times, I still think about this, even if it's been 5 years since I moved out, and I get chills. What do you guys think? I also have to say that the apartment was kinda humid, old, had bad isolation old, but I knew 3 people in the exact same building, and they never got this, which is what I find weird. Honestly, I would like to think it was just really bad anxiety, if 3 other people didn't say they felt it while sleeping there. So I really wonder if it was really something about the arrangement and everything. But then why only on certain occasions? Or if there is another rational or paranormal explanation. I've always been sensitive to ghosts, but I didn't actually see one until I moved into this apartment 2 years ago, and I sensed an older woman's spirit in the bathroom. There are holes in the shower wall where there used to be support rods, and I get the feeling that she may have fallen and died in the tub. There's no evidence of it, it's just a feeling. A few months ago, I saw a shadow figure, and I can feel her presence almost every day. She seems to be nice for the most part. Anytime I've asked her to give me some space, she lets things be. Lately, her presence has felt stronger, and last night my iPad started playing Adele's Hello by itself. There's nothing more terrifying than sitting in the dark and randomly hearing, "Hello, it's me." I paused it and checked the iPad. There were no music apps open, no other songs on the playlist, just that. And yes, I took screenshots. I was freaked out, trying to forget about it. But my dog started barking a few minutes later. I turned around, and she was still barking at the bathroom door. When I told her to quit, I think she sensed how frightened I was because she came to cuddle with me, but she also kept doing double takes at the bathroom door for the rest of the night. I slept terribly, and I don't really know what to do. I've cleansed the apartment a few times, but it doesn't seem to help. I'm starting to wonder if she's just getting sick of being told no. She really does seem nice, but I don't want to invite her in. I've read enough ghost stories to know that that's how a lot of possessions start. Any suggestions? It's the next day, and I'm still freaking out. When I was 10, I went to bed at 8:30. My mom had a TV in her room, so I used to fall asleep watching cartoons, and she'd move me to my room later. One night, while I was still in my mom's bed, I woke up to the door opening, but I didn't look to see who it was. I just assumed it was my mom. We were the only 2 living in the house. I heard footsteps coming towards the bed, but then they stopped, and nearly 5 minutes passed before I felt someone lay in the bed and put their arm around me. Neither of us said anything, and she didn't move me to my room, so I figured she was letting me sleep there that night. I eventually drifted off again, and when I woke up the next morning, my mom was gone. I found her downstairs, sleeping on the couch, with the title screen for Pretty in Pink playing in the background. She woke up and asked what I wanted for breakfast, but I only wanted cereal. Before going into the kitchen, I thanked her for letting me sleep in her bed, but she was confused. She thought I slept in my room. When I told her no, she said she'd fallen asleep on the couch. I reminded her that she came to bed, and she looked even more confused. She insisted she was downstairs the whole time. I tried jogging her memory with more details, like how she also stroked my hair, but she was horrified. It really hadn't been her. For the record, Mom does not have a history of sleepwalking. To this day, we're still freaked out by this. We don't really like to talk about it. It never happened again, and we've never had any other paranormal experiences either. We moved about 4 months ago into a temporary place while we build our forever home. This is an older single-wide trailer, probably 1980s, that's been updated inside. It's cheaper, so it helps with building expenses. Anyways, my son's room is on one end of the trailer, ours on the other. We frequently go to the bathroom throughout the night, next to his room. Several times now, we've went to use the restroom and heard my son giggling, talking to himself. In complete darkness, by himself. Sometimes you can hear what he's saying.
That tickles. You're funny.
Etc. My significant other says he's heard him around 3 or 4 a.m. most times. I've heard him around 5 or 6 a.m. My son stays with my ex-husband half of the week. We have a 50-50 custody split. When my son isn't here, we've heard things from his room. My significant other has heard giggles, muffled talking. Toys randomly come on. However, we always find logical reasons to dismiss it. We live next to a 24-hour gas station about 20 yards from my son's window, and figure it's people talking over there. Plus, we have 2 cats that may sneak in his room and knock on toys. That being said, this morning, my son told me that there's a boy in his room, and he tickles him. It totally has me freaked out. Backstory on my son. He's 5 years old, and he's diagnosed with autism. He was nonverbal until last year. We do struggle with complex conversations, so asking him to describe what he sees just doesn't work well, yet. He's a very happy, loving child. Since moving, he seems to be acting the same, just issues at night, where he's awake, which is causing him to be sleepy during the day. So, ghost, imaginary friend, just hoping someone has had a similar situation. Our home is projected to be done in September. So, we will be here for several more months. I wanted to provide an update. I've been doing some digging, talking throughout our small community. Apparently, a 10-year-old girl passed away from cancer in the home. Also, many drowning deaths have occurred in the river that runs behind the home, and a car accident in front of the home where a woman was killed. I investigate the paranormal, and I was contacted by a lady who swore her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical but very curious. Apparently, the cat would suddenly start screaming and do this crazy slow-motion walk while tilting its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it while this was happening, it would try to scratch her. After having one of these spells, it would hide but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly. It would growl for up to an hour. As strange as this sounded, I spoke to a colleague who's very sensitive to the paranormal, and she insisted we had to investigate. We got to the residence at 4:30 p.m., took a tour of the house before meeting the cat. It was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, very affectionate, and really took to my colleague. They spent a couple of hours alone together while I took care of some paperwork and formalities with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night while she was out. She had a date and would work the night shift at the hospital right after. She left for her date at 7:30. We began our formal investigation. We moved from room to room. asking questions in hopes of catching an EVP or a knock in response, but there was no activity until 11:30, when the cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the room, my partner stopped me and motioned for me to stay quiet, but it was hard with all the screaming. It made my hair stand on end. As we listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room, and there was a whisper coming from there. Our DVRs didn't pick it up, and we couldn't understand what it said, but the cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight. Everything was exactly as the lady described. My partner very calmly told the shadow that it was scaring the cat, but she didn't think it was on purpose. Then she promised that we would help it if it went into the next bedroom. We entered the smaller bedroom and sat on the bed quietly, waiting to see what happened. A few moments later, my partner grabbed me, pointed at the connected bathroom door. I clearly saw a featureless humanoid shape, but it was blacker than the surrounding darkness. My teammate and I worked together many times, and we had a routine for situations like this. I told the entity that everything was okay, that the cat was calm, and we wanted to help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. That's when we heard the word kitty through the DVR. I always use an earpiece when recording so I can hear what's being said in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched its arm towards the master bedroom. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and there was an almost immediate sigh or whimper. I repeated the question and stated that I needed an answer before we could help. A minute later, my partner sensed that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed that this was the spirit of an adolescent male who may have had a developmental issue in life. While we spoke, the entity seemed to slightly sway back and forth, but he didn't go anywhere. He seemed like he was listening to our conversation. I explained that he had scared the cat, and if he wanted to pet it, he would have to make friends with it first. I suggested that he try just sitting still and speaking to the cat, so it could learn that he didn't want to hurt it. Then the cat would eventually come to him. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and calmly sat down. No one spoke or moved, including the spirit. Soon, the cat joined us on the bed. My partner and I began to pet it. As I looked from the cat back to the spirit, I noticed that it was gone, and we didn't experience anything else that night. 2 days later, my teammate called me, very excited. She'd researched the property and found that a young man with Down syndrome died when he fell out of a treehouse. We met the lady the following day, and I played her the recording of us talking to the spirit. When she heard me telling the spirit how to be friends with the cat, she began to cry. That morning, the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom, purring loudly, moving its head like someone was scratching it. I received a call from a couple who recently purchased a new home, and strange events were occurring in the barn. The original home was built in the 1840s, and the barn was added a few years later. The original house burned down in 1976, and a new one was built on the old foundation in 1981. Upon arriving, I noticed the property was impeccably kept. It was in a rural area and far from the road, but they still added a paved driveway. This was unusual for the area and indicated they were most likely not from around here. I was greeted at the door and invited in by a young couple in their mid-20s. The home was as well kept on the inside as it was on the outside. We chatted for a few moments, then they insisted that I see the barn. I got absolutely no feelings from inside of the house, so I followed them towards the back door. But there was a kiddie fence blocking the kitchen to prevent 4 miniature goats from escaping. This was a shock since I had judged them to be entirely different types of people. They said they had no choice but to keep the goats there because whatever was in the barn tried to kill them. They had lost 2 goats already, and the vet said that they were likely frightened to death. Approaching the barn, you could see that they had been in the process of fixing it up. A new fence was surrounding the front to create a small yard that was recently raked. The barn was an old tobacco-style barn that had been repurposed and painted. As we entered, the hair on our arms immediately stood up. I definitely sensed something there. I asked if there was a specific area where there seemed to be more activity, and was shown the milk room. The man said that everything started when he built the milking stall. I asked for some time to poke around solo, and they practically ran away. I walked around the milking room for about an hour, and that was a long time for such a small room. On the opposite side of the barn was a slightly larger room, with a concrete floor, new walls. It had electricity, a sink, and some cheese-making equipment. But that room felt sterile and uncomfortable, like an operating room. Nothing was lurking there. It wasn't until I got to the stables that I finally felt something. That part of the barn only had a dirt floor, and although it was raked clean, it didn't feel that way. I'm not a psychic, but I have learned to pay attention to my body and my impressions. All I wanted to do in that moment was rake it clean myself. Confused, I summoned the owner and asked if he had found anything in that area. He seemed slightly embarrassed as he explained that there had been a deep trench along the wall. Stacked at one end was something that resembled a pile of folded old leather. He asked me not to tell his wife, but he only covered it instead of removing it. He said it was too dirty to touch. I asked for a shovel. 5 minutes later, I had located the leather. Just like the man said, it was dried hard and much too dirty to touch. As I fought to unwrap it, I was struck with worry that it might make me sick. I felt nauseous as I handled it, but I finally got it to unfold, and I found a very old memo book inside. The writing was still perfectly legible. It was a journal written by a Civil War soldier. As I scanned through it, I found the last page with writing about halfway through. It had blood on it, and the writer was leaving a message to his parents. He was sorry that he couldn't make it home. He had been shot, but his last wish was that he be returned home to Savannah so he could be buried by the stream. At the end, he signed the name Jonas. I refilled the hole and took the journal and the leather to the front of the house. I showed the couple the journal, suggested that we hold a small memorial service in the barn. They invited the only neighbors they knew, and we held the service by the place where the journal had been buried. The couple agreed to let me take the journal to the Savannah Historical Society, where I asked them to keep it on display, and they agreed. 3 weeks later, when I checked in with the couple, the goats were back in the barn, and there were no further issues. I've just had the worst Christmas of my life. I'd like to forget the whole week entirely. Growing up, I didn't have a close relationship with my father. His job kept him away, and things only got worse at age 10 when he divorced my mom. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. That's when I started seeing him more often, and we became closer. By the time I was 18, we were going on hunting and fishing trips, and that's when I learned Mom hadn't been completely honest about Dad. Several years before the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse for a very good price, and my dad remodeled it over the years. It was nice, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a child, I would get the creeps. I refused to go into the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Years later, I learned why they got the house at such a good price. The previous owners were an elderly couple that had lost their only son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, things became too much for the poor guy. He shot himself in the cellar. 2 years ago, Dad and I had a falling out. We weren't speaking for a while. We were both being stupid, but I eventually began working up the courage to stop by and knock on his door. The problem was that he developed some mental issues with his old age, so he didn't always remember who people were. Plus, he had a history of coming to the door with a gun. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to finally man up and put an end to the madness. For this next part, you'll need to know that he remarried and he had a daughter back in 1989. I never had a relationship with them, but I always thought my stepmom was a good person. As I drove to his house, something felt heavy and oppressively dark, but I thought it was just my nerves. Then the house came into view, and I got a really bad feeling. There were no cars in the driveway. Everything looked abandoned. When I knocked on the door, there was no response, but I felt like someone was watching. I walked around the patio doors, where I was able to look inside, and my stomach fell out of me. It was empty. The interior entirely gutted. I got inside and took a video to document the conditions, and that's when I realized my father was dead. I could hear a voice saying I was too late. Of course, I was totally devastated and half out of my mind. I went through the entire house until I finally found myself at the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never gone down there, especially not when I was alone and nobody knew where I was. But it felt like something was pulling me into the darkness. The electricity had been shut off, and my phone was the only source of light. I started down the steps, and I wasn't even afraid until I reached the bottom and turned left. Something hit me so hard that I had to gasp for air just to get it into my lungs. My fear instantly shot from 0 to 10, and on the phone, I saw several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds before shooting off into the darkness. After that, more solid orbs and anomalies began swarming me. There was no open doors or windows or fans, but it was colder inside than outside, which was 30 degrees. I heard whispers that made me think someone had walked into the house, and I confronted whatever was in the cellar. It responded with a very loud banging, at which point I decided to go back upstairs. The banging continued, so I yelled that I wasn't afraid anymore and that I would be back. I went outside and the new owner pulled up. He'd taken possession of the house from my stepmom on December 8th, and this stranger was kind enough to inform me that my father died of cancer several months prior. My stepmom didn't tell anyone, not even his own sisters. She sold everything he owned before selling the house, and now she's just gone, along with her daughter. The realtor said she refused to put a for sale sign on the property. I think whatever is in that house harassed my father and influenced many of the events that took place. Since being in there, things have started happening at my house, so I'm trying to document everything. 3 years ago, 2 different psychics said that I have an attachment from my childhood home. They felt it had influenced or tried to influence someone to take their own life, and they were absolutely correct.